as a a challenge that is caused, yes, firstly by advertising, corporate capture, but for the main part as a challenge caused by unaffordability of healthy food alternatives. So I needed to assess, where I place your submission against, those submissions that have also been made. And much of the presentation is from a very academic perspective. But I see that in your submission, you position this challenge primarily as an issue of displacement of African food systems, colonization, as you've put it, advertising, but not an issue of unaffordability of healthy food alternatives. So so I just wanted to understand, where that position, where do you base that position, and then what is your comment on the other submissions that may primarily position this issue as an as an affordability issue?
We move from the understanding that our problems, more than anything, they might show symptoms of being political, but they are actually spiritual problems.
Okay.
Uh, when you have land, you have everything. It's the first point of access to everything. It will not become a matter of affordability if people were able to plant foods in their own gardens. I think like that is our premise. We are not in contradiction with
Yes.
any other organization that advocates for different ways. We can work in conjunction with them, but for us, like, it's very important that we advocate for the return of indigenous foods back into into the national discussion, and it starts with simple commodities like cannabis, for instance, and all these other foods that I've mentioned, because they have been proven over time and historically that they are very nutritious, because it's all about changing the way people think as well, even this whole idea of having three meals a day, it's not historical in terms of the African perspective, People, there was a time when people could eat just once a day because like this food was so nutritious, They could just go for the whole day having had one meal, just once a day. There's that whole concept of ukzila, like abstaining from food, you become even stronger, you don't become hungry because you have not eaten, but like it becomes part of your spiritual sustenance. So we are saying that we need to look outside the box, like go back to the old ways and see how we can incorporate those systems as part of modernity.
Okay, you've said you've really said quite a mouthful, but before I'm led you, because you're leading me, other places. My question, from the work that you are doing, from in the communities where you are working,
Yes.
is nutritious food within reach of most of those? Can they not afford it?
It's no longer within reach of them because we have been made to believe that food must come from somewhere else. And immediately when you think of food, we think of meat more than anything else. When people talk about shebo, they are thinking about how much meat they can have for the day. But we have learned from other communities. I know, for instance, like of one community, black community in Israel, where where they have been vegan vegetarians
Mm.
for the last 50 years, and they've eliminated problems like diabetes, cancer, and all these other kind of lifestyle diseases, you know, like TB and everything. It's a question of people getting enough access to land so that they can plant those kind of indigenous foods, and then they can pull it together into some form of a common market and sell it, even like to outlets like your Pick and Pay or whatever. But they need to be able to eat from their own gardens first and foremost. That is our position.
Then allow me then to move on to understand, the programs that your organization has to promote food security, particularly to promote indigenous food system beyond just advocacy. Do you have any programs? Because I'm listening to you. I mean, there is lots of things that communities can learn, that just by eating nutritious food, you can even reduce the cost of food because you don't even eat as much as you would eat your non-nutritious food. So, do you have any programs on the ground as an organization?
So we currently have a laboratory
Okay.
in Henops Refill under Druid's Garden.
Please repeat the name.
Henops Refill.
Okay.
It's here in Gauteng.
Yes.
We currently have a laboratory there where we are planting cannabis on large scale. But the problem is that like we require more government funding in terms of doing that, you know, so that we can contribute in terms of the national health system. And we have also partnered with organizations like AFASA, African Farmers Association of South Africa. So that is part of the programs that we're working on in terms of making sure that we have something that is tangible on the ground that we're working on.
Okay. And my last question is the issue of pesticides. Because we learned yesterday, that there is a need for pesticides to ensure food security. And an example was given of pesticides that are needed to sustain the maize production in South Africa. And I'm not a scientist, so I don't speak from that perspective. I'm not sure if you also have that background or you have a different knowledge, obviously knowledge system. But will this excessive need of pesticides exist if people were growing food, they were growing food that is aligned to their own climate? Because, for example, this maize, we have been taught to say it's African food, and it's not African food. Now we have to bring pesticides because you're trying to deal with something that is foreign to this land, foreign to our systems. So will we be, if we were using indigenous food systems, will we need to have so much reliance on things like pesticides?
We want, Commissioner. It's actually a very old debate, you know, like people become very emotional when you talk about it. When you try to explain to people that papa is not part of our diet as African people, it came with the colonizers. It's not part of indigenous foods. We used to have like sorghum kind of food, you know, that is very organic. So we are actually advocating for more organic ways of planting foods more than anything. We are against like all forms of pesticides and all that stuff. We are advocating for organic way of doing things.
Thank you very much for your submission and also to talk us through your presentation. And Madam Chair, through you, if we may also request perhaps the PowerPoint that you did prepare, maybe to enlighten us more on the second part of what you submitted
Sure.
as part of the evidence.
Yeah.
So the principle of promoting climate resilient and mineral rich crops such as sorghum, millet, amadumbi and traditional legumes, I think there's no dispute over the fact that we know that they are more climate resistant, and that they are considered very healthy, rich in fiber and minerals and so on. But how can we actually then reverse our primary staple diet in both urban and rural diets to incorporate these products on a more regular basis? Is it the availability that is a problem, that that we are not able to purchase it from the supermarket or the retailers in that particular area, that we have to actually go back to farmers to purchase that? Do you think that it's the value chain that is not delivering those products to us? Because I'm just wondering, like amadumbi, we only find it in certain times of the year in Pretoria, but I know that, for instance, in KZN, you can buy it regularly, because maybe the climate is more suitable to that. But I would just like to understand what you mean exactly by that.
So we need to find a more holistic approach to the problem. I understand that people have been conditioned to think in a certain way, that you can only get food from certain outlets, Hence, I emphasize the need for us to go back to the drawing board and actually go on a nationwide campaign where you can actually sensitize people or bring awareness about the meaning of food, and it starts with schools, it starts with families, but more than anything else, it boils down to people having access to land, and understanding that being successful does not mean sitting in an office, like going to university just so that you can sit in an office. You need to be able to produce the food that you eat. And so it's all about changing perceptions about how people think and have been conditioned to think over years, because we are victims of a certain way of thinking that comes from way before, and yeah, it's all about changing those perceptions.
And would you agree that there's actually a large lack of education on these indigenous foods? I mean, we like our other evidence leader referred to, we heard a lot of submissions about a plea for more of our traditional foods. And what is needed then actually to change diets, apart from having land, because I do not suppose that everyone wants to farm every day. So there is some dependency also in informal markets on buyers of whatever you produce, except for home consumption. But I really do think that there is like a deficit of education of what is the benefit of community gardens, of home gardens, of school gardens. And about 20 years ago, there was a lot of emphasis on that. But I do know that one of the limitations was that if there is at the school not water for the children to drink, we were not allowed to assist with the development of a vegetable garden for the school, because the first priority was safety and sanitation for the children. But I'm not sure, where that situation is at the moment. But yes, if you have land, you also need water if you want to plant. So, but I would like to just hear what are your thoughts.
No, I agree. I agree, Commissioner. I agree fully. It's a matter of educating our communities in terms of those kind of strategies. And unfortunately, of course, like it spills over to other industries like water. You cannot talk of successfully farming without communities having access to water. And we are currently facing a huge water crisis in South Africa. So it's like I said, it's a holistic process. It involves different government departments. We need to develop one vision in terms of that, and it would need different organs of the state. But fortunately, we already have organizations like us on the ground. We just need to partner with government, and we need to be able to raise enough resources and capital to fund these initiatives.
I hand over to you, Commissioners.
Commissioner Ntuli, any questions? Jobe, Thokozani.
It's actually Mrs. Mshweti.
Msizi.
Yes.
Siyabonga, siyabonga. In fact, that is helpful. That was going to be the first question. I was of the impression that this organization is based in KwaZulu-Natal from your presentation, but from your engagement with the evidence leader, you mentioned Henops River. So the first question for me is just to understand the geographic spread of this organization, particularly where the organization is located, but also the other member organizations that you have mentioned. You are a coalition of other organizations. If you could just assist us, please.
Yeah. We are currently based in Gauteng. That is our headquarters. Ujabes Tole, our president of the African Cultural Heritage Trust, is based in KwaZulu-Natal. He's also an Indona himself. That's why, like, we have managed to establish those kind of networks with Amakosi in various provinces. But in terms of national presentation, we are all over the country. We have individual members, and we also have a coalition of organizations that work with us.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. Our main aim for this inquiry is a proper diagnosis of the problem of hunger and the lack of access to the right to food, in order to be able to intervene at a policy level as well as at a legislative level. From your submission, one gleans that you are drawing the problem diagnosis from its historical foundations, being colonialism and the impact thereof on the situation as we have it today. Given this analysis, how would you propose we can upscale this analysis towards a more national policy level? If we were to make policy and legislative recommendations with regards to your position and your analysis, how would you propose we should do so?
We will propose that we start with a pilot project. We can think of, in terms of capacity, then, like, how many pilot projects can we have, But maybe, for instance, we say in Gauteng, we have one pilot project and see how it works first and foremost. We organize members, people like from the townships, into cooperatives, and they are given access to land where they can actually start planting, you know, and work with government in terms of supplying people with seeds as well, not just land, seeds, giving them proper access to water and all other resources that they are going to need. So it's just a matter of starting at least with one pilot project that can be funded with help from government and other private organizations and NGOs.
No, thank you. Now, in terms of seeds, to what extent does your organization involve itself in the restoration of indigenous seed, but also in the establishment of seed banks, given the proliferation of GMO and foreign seeds in our food system? Where do we go for indigenous food banks, and to what extent is your organization involved with indigenous seed banks?
In terms of that, we have something that we call the Land Race Project, where we work with Roots Garden. The one that I mentioned is based in Observille. We have the most organic and natural seeds that we are using, that we acquired from a community, from a project that was in 1959 in Bergville, KwaZulu-Natal. So in terms of that, we are working with organic seeds to try and, especially with regard to cannabis, you know. But we are, of course, like, we are willing to expand to other seeds as well.
No, thank you. Then, in that vein, to what extent is your organization involved in also seed exchanges with other African indigenous cultures and societies and communities across the continent? I'm thinking from the north to the west to the east. To what extent are we able to have that seed diversity in terms of the way we think about indigenous seed?
Yeah. Can I just propose, Commissioner, on that we make a written presentation as a supplement to that question, because I do know that we have some countries that we are currently talking to in Africa, the rest of the continent. But as of mine, like, I cannot just say it from the top of my head. Can we just make a written presentation on that?
We will very much appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Now, towards my conclusion, I'd like to get your own views about cultural appropriation as a form of neo-colonialism. You have mentioned ukuzila as a form of spiritual sustenance, eating 1 meal a day. Now, there is a culture, they call it OMED, and it's associated with Western culture. OMED stands for, is an abbreviation for 1 meal a day, but it's packaged and presented as a Western concept, which then advocates for the very same principles, that a human being is able to eat 1 meal a day and be sustained, and it's good for mental clarity, it's good for spiritual clarity as well. I am inviting you to make a comment on that as a form of cultural appropriation, and what does that mean for the ways in which we think about concepts like neo-colonialism?
Unfortunately, cultural appropriation is a problem that is facing indigenous communities all over the world. You'll talk about not only here in South Africa, even the Native Americans in America, the Aboriginal people in Australia, the Khoisan people here, just here in South Africa as well. Sorry about it. it's a reality that we live in, we live with. But fortunately, we do have organizations like ourselves who have taken it upon ourselves to ensure that people are reminded of who we are as a people culturally and spiritually, and introducing all concepts, the ones that I've mentioned, the one that you mentioned now, Uzila, for instance, Ilima, you know, like in the past, people will just get together just for the whole day to go and plant, and the person who's inviting them will just supply them with food and sokambia, and they will sing, you know, because in African spirituality, Abantu spirituality, there is no separation between work and entertainment. It's part of a holistic process, you know. As you are planting, we are singing, we are dancing, we are doing everything together as a community. The question of isipeko, whereby you bring your own potatoes, your own onions, whatever. People they just contribute to this community coffers in one day and eat and celebrate. So like it helps a lot, like in terms of fighting poverty and diseases and all that stuff.
No, thank you. My time is very limited, and I will apologize to the chair as I move towards my concluding questions. Perhaps let's go to Inzango cannabis, which you have spoken at length about, and in line with this notion of cultural appropriation. There are certain schools of thought that view cannabis as not an indigenous crop, as a crop that hails from, I believe, New Zealand, and not indigenous to this continent. One would be interested to know what your perspective is about that. But in addition to that, you have framed this plant as umuti, which is medicine. However, the public and common framing of cannabis is as a drug. If you use it, you can become crazy. How do we reconcile these fundamentally opposed framings of this, what you call medicine?
I want to start by saying that, of course, I'm aware of those different schools of thought in terms of Insango. But historically, it can be proven that that is not correct. We have always known Insango in South Africa, in African countries, for over centuries, would not have an indigenous name or names for it if we did not have it in the past. Like I said, when you go deep into it, like when you go to the etymology of the word, it's ukusangula, to take things apart and put them together again. It's used for the purposes of meditation.
Can you repeat that, please?
It's used for the purposes of meditation.
The word
Ukusangula.
ukusangula.
Ukusangula, ukusangulula. So it's an indigenous plant that has always been there, but like I said again, like in my presentation, it's very unfortunate that according to Western thought, it was classified as a drug, but it's actually not a drug. It's part of the natural herbs that we use, even in ritual ceremonies. It was used by certain people only who have reached a certain stage in terms of their age or in terms of their spiritual development. It was not a stage of spiritual development. So advocating for the use of it, especially in terms of as a medical plant, in terms of healing various diseases, but like also in an controlled environment, so that like some people, even if they're allowed to smoke it, they will smoke it under supervision from elders.
No, thank you. I have one last question, Chair, relates to meat consumption. But before I go there, just a quick follow-up on the one of cannabis. As historically accessible to persons with a particular...
Yeah, actually, research has proved quite the opposite. I will say that drugs that will be more dangerous, for instance, will be alcohol. It has been proven that people are more likely to engage in a fight or some crazy behavior when they are drunk than when they have actually smoked cannabis. So it's a question of framing, over the historically, and it's a misrepresentation of what Intsang actually is.
No, thank you. Then my last question, Chair, apologies, relates to meat consumption. We have received a number of presentations over this inquiry. One of them, or some of them, came from the animal rights industry or sector as a direct relative to the questions around the right to food. And all of these presentations critiqued the commercialization of meat consumption in terms of our relationship to animals as people, as well as the ways in which then we kill animals for consumption. You have mentioned that African indigenous understandings have always leaned towards either veganism or a more symbiotic relationship with animals. Over the years, African people in particular have been viewed as meat eaters. We consume the most meat, but when you look at history, it is the opposite. We, in fact, are vegans, and we consume meat ceremoniously. On occasions, when someone passes their school at the end of the year, then umama uthi hambo hlabi inkukhu to celebrate, but it's not something you used to have every day at the house. In your view, what accounts, or not only view, but your experience, what accounts for this change in framing of Africans being meat consumers as opposed to Africans being vegans who consume meat ceremoniously? That would be my last question. Thank you so much for your presentation, Thokozani. Thank you, Chair.
Siyathokoza, Commissioner. It's true, I agree fully. African people are more vegan than anything else. I can just relate, like in terms of following up myself. Meat was something that you ate maybe just once a week or in 2 weeks. We had this very close relationship with animals because the cattle that we bred was either cows or chickens or goats and lamb. We had such a close relationship with animals, so much that we will actually name some of the animals. They will have names. Just to do a traditional ceremony, it was actually a form of punishment because you needed to lose a family member that was very close to you, and we had to talk to that animal first before we can slaughter it. And as you correctly pointed out, it was something that was done in spiritual ceremonies. It was not something that was done on a daily basis, and even so that such that people will eat meat maybe like once in in a month, 3 months or so. And even if they ate it, they will eat it still fresh. You know, they slaughter it now, and then like they eat it. They cook it and they eat it, which is opposed to the whole notion of actually putting meat in a fridge for a month, because immediately you kill an animal, the process of decaying begins. You know, it's no longer healthy. So that like you have problems like constipation now. You know, you can't go to the toilet regularly because you are so heavy, and the spiritual effects of that as well are very dire, because you get people who do not even dream at night because like they've got all this heavy energy of animals around them. So I'm saying that we need to go back to that kind of life as well, that kind of thinking of saying that we need to consume less meat than we are currently doing, but it all boils down to educating people again, because these are the kind of knowledge systems that they have forgotten. Thank you.
So much, Commissioner Ntuli. Commissioner Kwinana?
In fact, good afternoon, or rather, good morning still. 15 minutes to go. My one question was exactly that how do you change the mindset? You know, committees have really evolved. They believe more in a Western way of doing things. So how do we inculcate this culture? How do we make them realize the importance of all that you have alluded to in terms of how you eat, when do you eat certain foods, and really how to interact with this type of foods so that they give you that benefit, because it would seem it's not just what other people are talking about, the fact that let's increase the social grant, let's look at the markets. But you're saying to us, in fact, we need to take it further. We had the land as a people at one point, and here we are today, we don't have the land. What is it that you would say we should recommend? And I'm happy that you actually spoke before the Minister of Rural Development and submits, because then we can always engage him with whatever that you'd have said to say, but how do we ensure that people have the land so that they can be able to use it optimally? Let me pause there, Madam Chair.
It's all a matter again, Commissioner, of, thank you for the question. It's very profound. It's all a matter again of changing the way people think, and it needs collaborations from all sectors of society. We are not just talking about a health system here, we are talking about an education system. We are talking about land. We are talking about access to water. We need to think even beyond that in terms of living more healthier lifestyles. We have been conditioned to think that you wake up in the morning, you get into a car, it takes you to work. You come back again, you come back from work using a car. You don't work for the whole day. You know, those are the kind of things that leads to diseases like obesity, for instance. People tend to eat food like late at night. You knock off at 4 o'clock. You only get to work, you stay in traffic, you only get to work at, you only get home at 6 o'clock in the evening. You start cooking and you eat by 8 o'clock. 1 hour later, you are sleeping. And those are the kind of things that bring about diseases, you know, to people. And then you have to wake up again at 5 o'clock in the morning. We need to have more active lifestyles, because in the past people would go hunting, for instance, you know, they'll wake up in the morning, they'll go and fetch water, they do like all kinds of physical activities. They did not even need to train physically, because part of it was training, exercising every day. So I cannot emphasize it any further, commissioners, like we need to have a holistic approach to it. We need to think more outside the box. We need to engage different stakeholders, your sanitation, your land, your health, you know, so that like when we come up with legislation that talks about the health system in this country, or the national health insurance, we have taken all these factors into consideration, and we need to empower communities. I cannot emphasize that more, like in terms of getting more land, not so that they can build shacks, but so that they can plant food, you know, and the food that they plant is not won't just be enough for them to eat, but they can also sell it, not only in South Africa but to other countries as well, because I never understand why we need to go to beg, to go to America and beg for food for their chickens that are sick anyway, you know, when we have everything, all the resources that we have in this country.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Am I audible? Yes, now it is. Is it possible for you to be more explicit in terms of recommendations now? I understand the holistic approach, and I think it's a very good approach. But can we be direct just for this moment? You know, I always go back to the yesteryears, for those of us who have lived then, to say, by the way, there was a time when in schools, children would have been able to plant, something that it would seem other schools are sort of reintroducing, right? And they could eat from those gardens. They would then take that food home. But not only at schools. This would have been happening in families as well. But then the issue would be then, where do you get the water? So that is why I want us to try to be direct and say, in instances of children, I think I heard you for a moment when you were engaging with Commissioner and Tuli there to say the schools, or whether it was the evidence leaders, we could actually ensure that our children plant. So if we can just be direct and think about our children, where do we begin so that we can sell this to them and say to them, by the way, there's no life in you doing drugs, for instance, but you can actually plow in order to sustain a family, and you can have a life from there. Where do we begin? Is it as early as, grade 1? And then somebody can possibly come back and say, by the way, make sure that you're not subjecting children to labor, because children must not be working. But then, but what is it that you're thinking? As a recommendation that you think you can put it across there and that we can take forward. And please don't be too long with your answers so that Commissioner Makwasha doesn't have a problem with our engagement.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll even say, like, we don't even begin at grade 1, we begin at grade R, at crash level, because that is when the mind of a person is most receptive, like in terms of
it absorbs like a sponge,
yes. I was just watching like a very interesting video of what the Chinese children are learning at school, in fact, compared to what our children are learning at crash level. So it begins like just coming up with that kind of pilot project that I spoke about. Can I just be, with your permission, commissioners, maybe like take that as a homework to say, we have identified a certain school and a certain land that we can begin that pilot project and see how we can engage with bodies like the HRC and other various departments, you know. But we just need to find one pilot project.
Awesome.
Yes, and then
I
we
am
can take it from
happy.
there.
I am happy to take you on
Yes,
as a
yes.
commissioner that's responsible for children. As soon as you identify, please do communicate with us, and
Thank
I will definitely make sure that I bring Commissioner Makwasha with, because she's with business and human rights. They've got money. They are sisters. So, and what of older persons? How do we also assist them? Remember, some of them, maybe there was a time it made sense, but of course, with a number of years that have lapsed, maybe they've detached with that way of thinking. So how do we get them back? Do you perhaps have a recommendation that you've thought about in order to inculcate the same spirit with the older persons?
Unfortunately, we live in a kind of culture where, I don't know if I should call it ageism as well, but we live in a kind of culture where people are afraid of getting old. You know, it's
And it's okay to get old.
Western culture is so obsessed with people staying young. You know, they even develop all kinds of products so that people can stay and look young. You know, we hear every day about how young people are impatient with old people, with old ways of doing things. You know, but there is a lot of wisdom in old people and older people, and we need to keep them active. It doesn't mean that when a person reaches the age of 50, 60, 70, they are just getting ready to die, you know.
Yes.
In Abantu spirituality, historically, it was a blessing to become old. And you were a fountain of wisdom where people could go to and tap into your knowledge, you know. We need to find a way of making sure they are part of these community projects. We have projects where old women, abogogo, they are playing soccer, for instance, you know. So why can't we incorporate them in terms of those farming communities, you know, getting them to do something, to be active, you know, so that they don't have to, every day, all that stuff, you know. We can offset so many diseases by just changing the way we think. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, where do you locate persons with disabilities in relation then to those projects? And yesterday we had ladies from Northern Cape and Western Cape who were saying that in fact when you go to the fields you are subjected to very harsh weather conditions. Sometimes they can only be there for 2 hours because the conditions are just too harsh. You know, it's sunny and all that. So how do we also create an enabling environment that is also inclusive and also accommodative of their disabilities?
Yeah. No, I'll be honest, Commissioner. We have not really thought in terms of that, but I'm really happy that you have raised that. Can I just request again that as part of our submission, written submission, we have a comprehensive strategy in terms of how do we incorporate people with disabilities as part of those pilot projects.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So in your further submissions, please think of how do we train, how do we change this mindset? You know, it's okay to say, let's change the mindset, but how do we do it? I think it's the most important part. And I wanted to also find out your footprint in terms of this organization.
It's
Is it in
national.
all provinces?
It's national.
National,
Yes,
that's
yes.
wonderful.
Yes.
And in
And,
terms of
and-
constituency?
Yeah, like I said, we have partnered with a lot of organizations. AFASA, for instance, African Farmers Association of South Africa. So in terms of that, we are quite covered we won't have a problem of finding people who can be able to partake in that. But all we need is the land and the resources to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Chair. That is all for me.
Thank you so much. And I like how Commissioner Quinano always brings certain vulnerable groups into the conversation and ensure that they are represented. I think for me, I have a lot of questions, and I think some of the questions we will reduce them in writing. But I also just want to, your statement, and it speaks to the previous, the stakeholder who spoke about we have to give people money, universal income. How do you, and you said it's not about money, it's about access to land and knowledge. How do you bring those two together in terms of access to food and nutritious food?
No, I will say that we are fighting the same battle on different fronts and levels. It's very good that you have so many organizations advocating for that. But our main focus will be in terms of making sure that people have access to that land and they can plant those indigenous foods. We need to find ways of how we can collaborate with these different stakeholders. That's all I can say. Yeah.
I think what we'll also do is in terms of the supplementary submissions you'll be making to the commission, I will add on to the list of questions. And I think I paused and interrupted Commissioner Gwinana when she had other questions. So we'll prepare a set of questions from the panel as well as evidence leaders. Send it to yourself. And then on or before the 6th of April, you will then reply with your supplementary supplementary submissions. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence, as well as educating us about the historical and the indigenous way of having relationship with not only food but with our animals and how we have to engage. Everyone is going on that one train, the popular train, 1 meal a day, and you just explained the Africanness of it, and that it's not a new trend, it's just a trend that belonged to indigenous people that became an app. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, commissioners. Thank you. Siyathokoza.
You're excused from the witness podium. We then are going to go for a quick 10-minute comfort break, and then we come back, and when we come back, we will have the we then will have the Southern Point Aboriginal, if they are going to be joining us in person. Is it Congress? See, I have the old. Okay, so apologies, there's just a minor change. We'll have the Congress of the Rural Leaders of South Africa, and then we will move on to the Southern Point Aboriginal. Apologies, my R's don't. Oh, apologies. You see, I have to. It's actually. Let me correct the program one more time. We're going to have the Southern Point Aboriginal Congress. Then we'll move on to the Congress of Rural Leaders of South Africa. Thank you. We'll be back at 12:10. Thank you so much, colleagues. Can we have the representative from Southern Point Aboriginal Congress? Southern Point Aboriginal Congress, are you joining us virtually or in person? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So just for brief introductions, if you can just introduce who you are as well as your role at the organization. So is it the council or the Congress? Because I've been calling it the Congress. Council, apologies for that. Can we just help him with the microphone if it's yellow?
No, it is in council.
Thank you. Once again, sir, just introduce who you are as well as the role you play at the council.
My name is Sean Kivit. I represent the Southern Point Council, and my role is that I'm an administrator.
Thank you, sir, for that brief introduction in terms of who you are as well as the role you play at the Southern Point Aboriginal Council. As I'm going to swear or affirm you in, sir, I kindly ask that you stand up. Your full names once again for the record.
Sean Daniel Kivit,
So we'll be taking the oath or the affirmation.
the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you so much. So you have 20 minutes, so you have until 10 to 1.
The testimony and statement of the Southern Point Aboriginal Council represented by Sean Kivit for the South African Human Rights Commission National Investigative Hearing into the Food System of South Africa. The Southern Point Aboriginal Council is an NPC that advocates for and defends the rights of our indigenous people of Southern Africa. We are pleased to have the opportunity to be heard on this Chapter 9 platform where those responsible can be held accountable. The challenges our indigenous people and communities face that threaten our food and land security are a direct consequence of historical injustice. The corporate of our food resources, poor to no land and a grain reform, the invisibility of, of our indigenous right, the exploitation and the exclusions of our indigenous knowledge systems, systematic failures with fragmented governance, and the exclusion of our indigenous civic mobilization efforts. Our complaints here today are extensive. We have publicly witnessed the South African Human Rights Commission investigating public hearing on the food system for 4 days before this submission and statement from us. We primarily made submissions to the South African Human Rights Commission with complaints that the state government and the private sector, civil society, demand we have permits for our food. We are evicted from our own land and territories with foreign national court orders and small-scale fishing policies with devastating effects are forced onto our historically indigenous fishing and local communities. Since the commencement of this public hearing on Friday, 12th of March, we have observed a pattern developed from the complainant's testimonies and questions from the Commission themselves that speaks directly to our primary submissions of legislative ethic cleansing. The critical points that stand out to us is one, the terms of reference. The difference between indigenous, traditional are not defined, nor are they specified in all the policies of the state. But most notable in the Restitution of Land Rights Act 1994, the Land Reform Act 1996, the Extension of Security Act 1997, Transformation of Certain Rural Areas Act 1994 of 1998, the Communal Property Association Act of 1996, the Marine Living Resources Act number 18 of 1998, the Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act number 31 of 1996, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, the Protection, Promotion, Development and Management of Indigenous Knowledge Act number 6 of 2019. The South African Police Service Act 1995, Act number 68 of 1995, the State Private Partnership Regulator, amongst other SEPRA, Department of Health and Agriculture, DFFE, SAMBI, SAMBI, SunParks, PRISA, Private Security Regulator Association, Currency and Exchange Act number 9 of 1933, the South African Reserve Bank Act number 90 of 1989, the Constitution and the national legislation of the Supremacy Clause, Section 211.3, the Primacy Formula, SAPC Act, and Criminal Law, Preside Military and Religious Relations Act as well. Now, because the state and the private sector's legislative frameworks and policies does not define or specify the difference between indigenous and traditional, national and foreign national, the state officials and civil servants, enforcement officers of the South African National Defence Force, the South African Police Service, the private security companies, nature conservation and municipal law enforcement officers and personnel down the line interpret the state and the private sector act and regulations to their own discretion to justify and defend the existence, brutality, and the theft committed against our indigenous people and population, and use state legislation to do so. We have heard the investigation panel ask some of the complainants if they do not want to be under the law. We want to make it very clear that we do not despite being under law, but we do not want or have to be under a foreign national colonized settler or colonized settler beneficiary law on our own law and territories. International and national indigenous people human rights law, treaties and protocols address this matter for you in the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The ILO 169 and the Global Biodiversity Framework, the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. Today, before our testimony, we have heard the presentation of the National House of Khoisan Leadership and the African Culture Heritage Trust. After our session, the Commission had before them the Congress of Rural Leaders of South Africa, Controlesa, the Minister of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs, the Minister for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, and the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Our question to all of them will be how they specify, define the terms of reference for indigenous and traditional, national and foreign national in their strategic action plan, legislative framework, policies and narratives. We have further asked the Commission today to investigate the state government and all its departments, but most urgent, the Minister of Forestry, Fishery and Environment, the Chairman of National House of Traditional Khoi and San Leadership, the Chairman of Controlesa, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and the Traditional Affairs, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Police, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Science and Technology, the Minister of Communications, the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister of Sport and Arts and Culture, of how they define and specify the term of reference for indigenous and traditional, national, and make meaningful recommendations for relief our indigenous people and communities. The irony is that the foreign national ship stopped here on our shores and on our ancestors, the indigenous Hisikwa, Namakwa, Atakwa, Chokakwa, Inkwa, Senkwa, Outeniqua, Requa, not foreign national Griqua and Damakwa, amongst other traits, sold them food. Today, a foreign national tea company from the VOC, who state colonized, become the government and expand the settlement and superiority with violence, force, legislative ethnic cleansing, now selling our traditional natural resources to themselves without free, prior, and informed consent. The foreign national government have been systematically are still starving our indigenous population to the point that we have human rights public hearings on food security. Lastly, we have heard the question from one of the investigating members as a complainant to explain to the Commission what the difference is between indigenous versus traditional is. And this concerns us very much because when you are at a Chapter 9 investigating public hearing and this level, the Commission asks the question of what the difference between indigenous and traditional, national and foreign national. Instead of explaining it, then the South African human rights principles could be making themselves guilty of the accusations made against the suspects, where the officials down the line have to use their own discretion as indigenous versus traditional and national versus foreign national are not defined, specified because the GBF NAMSUP international goals and targets set are not met. Thank you.
So much. I'll hand over to the evidence leaders.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very passionate presentation. It's very much appreciated, and some of the points that you made will already be noted. I'm not sure if my questions will do justice to the complexity of the arguments that you make, but let me try and just give you a chance to explain a bit more. And I'm going to start by reading part of your submission, your written submission, because I think it provides a very clear and succinct description of the challenges that Aboriginal coastal people face because of the way that the coastal food system and how it's regulated has changed. So I'm quoting now. Before apartheid, indigenous and local coastal communities practiced Aboriginal indigenous fishing and survival fishing along the Cape Coast. Fishing knowledge, skills and access areas were passed down through generations. Modern maritime and fisheries laws, however, are built on colonial property systems and tend to recognize commercial fishing rights or state-regulated permits. Traditional or customary marine use is not automatically recognized. This means that many indigenous people need permits to fish where their ancestors always did, or they risk fines or arrest for survival fishing. This is a very clear comparison between the past and the present. I just want to give you an opportunity to expand a bit more, to explain a bit more to the Commission how this transformation of the food system, this very fundamental shift, has affected access to food for coastal communities.
Yes, sir. On that point, I have to go back to my council to get, because I can't give an answer without their consent. So the most of the answer questions, they will fill it in when they get the questions and so on.
That's fine. Yes. If you prefer to provide answers in writing as a supplementary submission, that's perfectly in order. So let me give you, I'll give you the questions one by one, and you can tell me if you want to reply or a written submission or both. You can also answer some of it now. Now I want to, this is actually a follow-up, and we've heard from yourself and from others also working with coastal fishing communities about this distinction between traditional or indigenous livelihoods on the one hand and the modern or contemporary style, which is also very heavily regulated by the government policies and so on. So my question is, let's make it personal. If you had a choice, would you prefer to operate under the current system with permits and all of that, or would you prefer that you could go back to the traditional ways?
Traditional way, I mean, not traditional, I mean the indigenous way, the historical way is the best way for us, for our indigenous people, for the communities to survive. But in the current system, that is not for the indigenous people to survive.
Yes. So it's made life much more difficult.
Exactly.
All right, but then you do describe the small-scale fisheries policy of 2012 as having good intentions, that they were trying to address past injustices, that policy. But then you also identify some problems with the policy and its implementation. So can you tell us a bit more about the problems with the policy?
Yes, most of that policy is that they exclude the indigenous people in the whole process. That's why we say it's not for the indigenous people.
So there wasn't consultation?
None of that.
Okay, there's two possibilities. One is that they didn't consult, they didn't ask you what your opinion was. And the second is that they could have come to listen to you, but they didn't take note of what you said in the policy. Yes. Did they come and talk to you about the policy? Or
no. They went maybe to some of the people, like they say the Khoisans, but as we talk about people like the Khoisans, they, how do you call it now? If I have to put it in the right way.
take your time.
The reference, if you talk about the reference, the indigenous people, according to what the Constitution and, I mean...
If you want to talk in Afrikaans, it's also okay.
Okay, that will be much better. Soos die grondwetlike hof se uitspraak die laaste keer gewees het, dit was eers in 2023 en 22, 25, dat die Khoisans is onwettig verklaar. So, as ons net laat die regering dit op 'n regstelling kan doen en dit sê maar, right, die is nie wat dit moet wees nie. Nou, outomaties gebruik hulle 5 groepe. Dis die Khoisans, dis die Cape Khoi, dis die Nama, dis die Griqua. Wat hulle gebruik om ons mense in 'n warboel te sit en nie na die regte oorspronklike inboorlinge te kom wat werklik vir jou kan sê hoe die historiese vissery en hoe ons historiese plaas mense gewees het, hoe hulle geplant het en hoe hulle vis gevang het, al daardie klas van maniere, die regte historische manier.
Okay. My understanding is that since the Constitutional Court decision in 2023, which determined the Khoisan collective as unconstitutional, the understanding was that there were 5 groupings that were identified, and those 5 groupings were identified, but it took you away from the indigenous knowledge of the original indigenous people to determine what your traditional practices in fact were.
Yes.
Goodness.
Thank you. I also wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the affidavits. You've attached 3 affidavits to your submission. One is from Mr. Jericho Williams. One is from Mr. Jeremy Williams. And one is from Mr. Patrick Prince. Can you explain why you attached them and talk about them a little bit?
No, I can't. I can't give a view on that.
Okay. Let me just explain for the Commission that 2 of the 3 affidavits are by people, men in their 60s, and they're talking about what it was like when they were children and how it is now. And again, they're making the point that it was easier when they were children. This boy, when he was a child, he used to go to sea with his father, who was a local fisherman, and they caught enough fish. And now he says it's much more difficult with food security, the permits, making it very difficult, extreme economic hardships, cultural disruption, and the loss of Aboriginal knowledge is putting people at a disadvantage. So I think it's about this comparison with the past and now.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you want to add any more on that, or you're just giving these as examples.
No, we can just keep it there as examples on how it was days before and currently now.
Okay. All right, then I think I just had one more question. So at the end of this process, the Commission will prepare a report of this inquiry to summarize all the evidence that we have heard and also to make specific recommendations. So anybody that has an issue or a grievance, they should have an opportunity to tell us what the Commission should recommend. So what particular remedies or recommendations or ideas do you have that the government should take on board to make your lives as coastal fisher communities better?
From my view, I would like if the Commission, like assistance, like this weekend, there was 3 of our fishermen that was get fines. I've got the fines here with me.
Again, you can talk in Afrikaans if you prefer.
Ja, soos die naweek nog verbygegaan het reeds 3 van ons vissermanne fines gekry, dagvaardings gekry vir boetes vir vang langs die see sonder permitte. En dan was daar die dame wat sy huis afgebreek is deur law enforcement omdat sy vir haar huisie op 'n stukkie grond gaan opsit het. Want sy het nie heenkome gehad, maar sy het vir haar huisie gaan opsit. Toe het hulle R5,000 geskryf. Nou as die kommissie net asseblief kan uitkom na die munisipaliteite toe. Want weens die bylaws wat hulle hier opsit op ons mense, dit marginaliseer ons mense en so aan. En want as die konstitusie die een ding praat en die munisipaliteit doen 'n ander ding, want hulle is op 'n sekere wyse is die munisipaliteit opgesit, want dit staan alles in die konstitusie. Maar nie een van die wette wat binne die konstitusie staan, voer hulle uit nie.
If the Commission can assist, even over the weekend, there were 3 fishermen who were issued with fines for fishing without a permit. But in addition, one lady was also issued with a R5,000 fine for erecting a structure without permission because she was unable, she did not have a home. Now the Commission, if the Commission can assist to get the principles that are contained in the Constitution to reflect in the municipal bylaws, because it is the contention of the Council that the municipal bylaws are not reflective of the principles contained in the Constitution for the indigenous people.
Thank you so much. Once more, thank you for that presentation. I just have a few questions of clarity. Earlier in the week, we heard from Mr. Soros Flores, the chairperson of the Southern African Aboriginal Congress. Okay? In his evidence, he advised that the Congress is constituted by 32 councils. And I note that the submission you are making is on behalf of Southern Point Aboriginal Council. So I just want to establish, is there any relationship between your organization and the Southern African Aboriginal Congress?
No, ma'am. We are two different entities.
Okay, so there is no relationship. You're not a council within the Congress.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you collaborate as the different entities? Because I've noted much of your presentation is quite similar to some of the issues that came out in his presentation.
No, maybe we have the same kind of problems wherever it goes.
Okay.
Because and which side is Mr. Flores?
I do not know, but I just wanted to establish from you if there was a relationship. Is he from the Eastern Cape? I'm told he's from the Eastern Cape. All right. Okay, so there is no relationship between the two organizations. Thank you. That was the first point of clarity. But as my previous colleague has indicated, you can speak in Afrikaans, because the way you speak in Afrikaans, I can see your face, opens up and you just relax. And I want you to speak in your most relaxed form. It's just that I don't speak Afrikaans, but my colleague will assist us as she's been doing. But please feel free to speak in Afrikaans.
Yeah, ma'am, because that is my home language,
No,
Afrikaans.
Yes.
It is now for more than almost 60, so yeah, that is what the language I was trained with. But I picked up English along the line.
No, you make me wish we didn't boycott Afrikaans at school, so I can engage with you. Okay, now I'm moving along. The other point of clarity, and just to indicate, you are in the Cape Town area and the other organization is around the Eastern Cape. Okay. The other point of clarity, the debate around, you referred in your submissions, the debate that has been going on within, I guess, the hearing, the different definitions for indigenous people, traditional people. And just to clarify, that terminology was not introduced by the commission, because your submission seems to submit that is the commission that has brought this to the fore, but it came from submissions from other stakeholders. And also now we have the term Aboriginal as well. So can I just understand from your perspective, you don't have to speak for everybody, but from the perspective of your organization, is Aboriginal different to indigenous and traditional? And if so, how, from the perspective of your organization?
If I have to speak, then I have to speak for myself, but I can't speak for the council, because if I have to speak for the council, then I have to say, we will do it in writing for you.
You may speak.
For myself?
Yes.
Okay, then I can do it, but I can't speak for the council.
Okay.
From my point of view, you see, to be indigenous, you have to be, how can I say? We are indigenous from South Africa. You see, like somebody is from China, is indigenous from China. Not the way if they give birth to the child here in South Africa, now the child is South African. No. His bloodstream is from China, so he's from China.
Okay.
You understand
So it's
now?
the origin. Okay.
Yes, that's the origin.
And Aboriginal, is it the same as indigenous, or is it
Yes,
something
yes,
else? So, so we can use Aboriginal and indigenous interchangeably insofar as the people you represent are concerned. Yes. Okay. And lastly, traditional. Then your understanding of what does that refer to, if you have any?
I I haven't got anything on it, but from my point of view, that is something that I can say that it is where the lines, like the line is coming on. It is bringing in something that I can't say exists from my point of view.
Okay.
Because from my point of view, it's only indigenous knowledge. I don't know about traditional knowledge. That is something that is coming into South Africa.
Okay. And before you, I don't know if you were here when the last speaker, I said Mr. Sitole, if I'm not, he was here. He was also referring to himself as indigenous. He's referring to indigenous, knowledge systems. I just want to understand then, from your perspective, who is indigenous, so that we understand as part of this debate, we understand who is included, who is not included in the, particularly in the context of fishing, because that's where you raise this issue.
Ma'am, like I say, you are indigenous from where you are.
Okay.
You see, that is what I make my point for you. So if you are from Australia, then you are indigenous from Australia. If you are indigenous from South Africa, then you are indigenous from South Africa.
Okay. So so from your okay, if and you don't have any view about who's indigenous in South Africa.
No, not at all.
Okay, you don't have a view. Okay. No, I just needed to clarify because remember we've received different submissions, so we're just trying to understand all those submissions in context of each other, because and the reason I'm asking this is that the view that has been put forward, and you have also put it forward, is that indigenous people are not included in the current fishing framework. So it was it's important for us then to identify who are those people who have not been included. That is the context of my question.
That is the indigenous people that was not included in all that what the minister was doing with the fishing and all of the stuff that he was doing.
Okay. And if the commission were to go out and try to identify, you can even give examples, maybe even if you cannot speak for all if the commission were to try to find those specific people who were not included, who are some of those people?
Ma'am, we have a few sessions with SAMBI, the South African National Biodiversity Institute, where they was trying to get the same answers that you are asking now.
Okay.
And we gave it to them, because the NB subs for the International United Nations,
Yes.
they asked and they sent them back. For the last 2 or 4 years, they sent them back, because the United Declaration was never included. So they asked them to include it. So we, as indigenous people, we filled that empty points for them in, but they never want to put it in. You see?
Okay. Maybe let me ask it more pointedly. You referred in your presentation to the koi, the sand, my pronunciation, the Greek, the term that is being used. You refer to certain groupings. Eh? Yeah, Greekwa. That's the word that my tongue is struggling to roll. You refer to certain groupings. So what I want to understand is, when you are saying indigenous, are you referring only specifically to those groupings?
Ma'am, as I say, Griekwa.
Oh, Griekwa, yeah, yes.
Griekwa is
Yes.
not from South Africa.
Griekwa is not from South Africa.
Yes.
So who's from South Africa? That's
If
what I want
we
to
go years
identify.
back, then we will see where it came from. The Griekwa is somebody called Adam Koch. For years back, if
Okay.
I have to go down in history, then it will take a long session. Then this time will be too short. But you see, the government is using them as indigenous people.
Okay.
That is where the confusion is coming. You see, so the government don't get their voice, the free, prior, informed consent from the indigenous people of South Africa.
Okay.
That is where the main problem lies.
We've now identified who does not fall, who's not indigenous. Who then, in your view, is indigenous? The
It is-
groups.
That is the indigenous people of South Africa. You asked me for the grouping.
Yes.
There's no grouping, that is only the indigenous people of South
Okay.
Africa.
All right. All right. I think.
Oh, you're talking about the names.
I've tried. Yes. Maybe.
Okay,
yes,
is it-
that the
I told him in my presentation
Yes.
that is the Hisikwa, the Inkwa, the
Okay.
Atakwa.
Okay.
You see, that is the people of South Africa.
Thank you. That assists me. So, in your view, then everyone else is not indigenous.
Of South Africa.
Yes. No. Yes. We are talking about South Africa. Okay. And when you are talking, please refer me to the names as well. Esqua. Mm-hmm.
Hisikwa, Inkwa, Atakwa, Rikwa,
Okay.
Zinkwa.
Okay, I think you've really assisted us because we've been using the term loosely, but now we understand that it's referring to the people who are excluded from the fishing economy, according to your submission, is those specific groupings. Okay. I think I had a long debate. I was not going to ask the questions because I assume you were from the same constituency as Mr. Forrest, and you have corrected me. To say, I have looked at that legislation, complaint about the marine, the living marine resources legislation. And it is not apparent to me that those groups of people you have mentioned are excluded from that legislation. And what is your comment on that?
Say again, ma'am.
You, in your presentation, you've raised challenges with the existing legislation, the Marine Living Resources Act, in particular, in the context of fishing. And you have indicated that it excludes indigenous people, and now we understand is those specific groups that you're referring to. And I've gone through the act myself, and it is not apparent, you can also please assist me in Afrikaans, it was not apparent to me that the groups that you have referred to have been excluded from that legislation. And I just want to get your comment on that.
Ma'am, we will give you a written
All right.
answer on that.
Thank you. Now I want to move to the proposals you've made around customary rights of indigenous people. And because in your presentation, one of the things you lamented is the fact that you need to get a permit to get your food, right? That's one of the issues you've raised concern about. And I understand maybe in the historic times, because those groups of people would have been close to the resources, they could police the resources to ensure that you don't have non-indigenous people coming and helping themselves to the resources. But in the current context then that we are operating in South Africa, where anybody can access I mean by access, I mean physical access. Anybody can walk into the sea. How then do you envisage that those customary rights can be managed without permits, given that anybody, even if they are indigenous or not, they can just start fishing if we don't have, if we exclude the permitting system altogether? So how do you envisage that customary rights can be managed in that context?
Ma'am, I also think I will go back to the council and get the written for you.
All right. I and I think as part of the then the additional submission you will get from the council, it's it's important that maybe you then assist with the policing mechanisms of how that is going the customary rights, how they're going to be managed and policed. And lastly, maybe the last question, if you are able to answer, but if not, you can refer to council. Because you represent a specific groups, are you able to share any information about the customary or the customs that are attached to the fishing rights of those specific groups that you are representing?
Ma'am, that one also will
Okay, it
send
will
to the
also go to
council,
the to the council. No, thank you, Commissioner. Let me leave the engagement there.
Much to the evidence leaders, and thank you so much, sir. Commissioner Kwinana, any questions?
I will provide questions, but maybe just one question to say, you know, what has been said with regard to the Kwe and Son is that there are just too many groupings. And it would seem that, you know, you are not able to speak with one voice. And as a result, you know, you belong to so many other organizations. But what do you think could be the way around this so that it assists in ensuring that your rights are really realized? Because what you're saying is this is a lifestyle for you to be able to access land, but also to access the sea, which this is where you draw your food from. And this is already enshrined in terms of the Constitution. Whilst it's not explicit to say the Kwe and San, but you know, our Constitution is explicit insofar it says everyone, which then says it includes you as well. As a citizen of South Africa, which I believe you definitely are, you are included there. But how do you think that can be done? You can go back to council and maybe you can speak to this to say, but what is it that you'd want to see happening? It is so that currently we have a commission for Kwe and San, and that is dealing with the Traditional Leadership Act, you know, that has received a lot of challenges because according to those that have objected to SEMA, saying that there wasn't enough consultation where it is concerned. But how do we bring these communities together? Because all these communities exist in different provinces. You know, some are located in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape. You know, some are even in Northwest, you know. And I'm sure others are even here in Gauteng and KZN and so forth. But how do we bring them together? Because we are told there are many kings, there are queens, and of course there are princesses. But how do we make sure that, you know, we are able to assist insofar as just ensuring that you can all speak with one voice? Do you think that there is a chance for that, especially because then you say, you know, the Griquas are not part of you, but then you mention them, then it's a Hesekwa and this, the Nama, and, you know? Do you think there's a chance for that, or it is something that you'll have to take back to council to discuss?
Yes, ma'am, I have to take that back to the council.
Thank you so much. Chair, let me say I will Also just develop a few questions and we'll send to the team so that they can be sent to him. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gwinana. Commissioner Ntuli.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Given that the majority of the questions you wish to respond in your personal capacity, and then those that relate to the council you wish to take back to the council to receive a mandate to respond, are you able to assist us to understand, are you presenting on your behalf in your personal capacity, or are you presenting and speaking on behalf of the council?
I'm speaking behalf of the council because the council is sent me here. That's why I'm speaking for them. But to make a decision and say something that maybe the other board members wouldn't agree with me on what I would tell you or say anything.
No, I understand, I understand. I only then have just one question, and it's in relation to your interaction or engagement with the evidence leader around the question of who is indigenous to South Africa. Are you able to, as part of your supplementary response, also then assist us to submit the position of the council? Because in your response you said you can't give the position of the council, but you can give your personal position. With your supplementary response, are you able to then perhaps also submit the position of the council on the question of who's indigenous to South Africa? Then the last question would be for me, then your personal understanding, the Bantu groups, being the Nguni as well as the Tswana Soto groups, are they indigenous to South Africa, or are they not indigenous to South Africa? If they are, what makes them indigenous to South Africa? If they are not, what makes them not indigenous to South Africa?
Ma'am, that's one I will leave for the council to give you a writing for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think my questions would be reduced in writing because they almost fall under the same category as Commissioner Ntuli's question, and you would perhaps need the inputs from council. So I think we will, as the panel and evidence leaders, reduce our questions in writing, submit it to yourselves for the submissions, but in terms of the further supplementary submissions, we'll also ask you just to go back and get the position of the council on who forms part of who is indigenous in South Africa, and in terms of the other groupings such as the Bantu people, where do they fall and what is the position of the council in respect of these groupings. We will ask that those supplementary submissions be made on or before the 6th of April 2026. We will also then duly communicate our additional questions before then. Thank you so much, Chair. You're excused from the witness podium. In terms of the program, we're going to quickly move to one more presentation and then we'll break for lunch. Therefore, I'm asking for the representative from, or the Minister of Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Commissioners and the delegates at large.
So just for the record, introduce yourself as well as the role that you play in the Department of Corporate Governance, Corporate Government and Traditional Affairs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Lundu Ndalasi. I'm working as a Chief Director responsible for infrastructure planning, maintenance and delivery. I'm currently acting as the Deputy Director General responsible for technical support services.
Thank you for that brief introduction as well as alluding to the role that you play within the department. I just want to perhaps ask you to stand so that I can administer the oath or swear you and the affirmation. Once again, say your full names for the record.
Lundu Ndalasi,
So you'll be taking the prescribed oath or the affirmation.
the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. You may sit. So in terms of the procedure, if you were observing, the panel has taken a decision that all political heads, that is all the ministers, must appear in person before the commission. I note that in your instance, the minister is not here. Perhaps explain the absence of the minister, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Commissioners. Indeed, I think having witnessed the interaction with Minister Nyotso, I quickly phoned the ministry. In response, actually they've shared the apology of the ministry, of the minister. He's having parliamentary sessions fully today. They've actually asked for an alternative date. That was not responded to. So I've asked them to confirm if, because in our interaction with the colleagues, they've stated that most departments will be moved to tomorrow's session. So I've requested if they can at least make a provision for minister or a delegated deputy minister to come forth and make a presentation, and we'll support as an executive, of course. So they are busy confirming that, because again, I'm told that the minister is engaging all the mayors of the metro tomorrow in Boksburg. So tomorrow is also not likely viable. But I must say, Chairperson, we have offered our responses up front, and that's why I was delegated to come in and make those presentations. But I will be comfortable, obviously, when the political heads are here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And my other question is, do you have a written letter of delegation delegating you to appear today before the minister, on behalf of the minister?
Thank you, Chair. It was only an email sent last week. Yes, I do have an email.
Okay, usually we need the letter with his signature. I'm going to perhaps, and Boksburg is not that far from here. Boksburg is at least it's in the same province. Another minister had to reroute from Cape Town this morning. Perhaps let me allow Commissioner Kunana any inputs or questions from you. Very much. The panels don't. We're just conferring. They don't have questions We will warn you to ensure that tomorrow the minister appears before the commission. Either we can start 30 minutes early, so between 8 and 9, or alternatively during the later day, during the course of the day. So as is, you are provisionally excused from the witness podium. However, we are then advising you that the presence of the minister, not deputy minister, minister will be required tomorrow. Times can be arranged with the colleagues or the support staff from the commission, and then we will arrange our program to accommodate the minister. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll convey the message.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are breaking for lunch. We'll be back today at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We are back after the lunch break. We'd like to request the Congress of Rural Leaders of South Africa, if they're in the room, they can take up the witness podium, or if they are online, if I can ask them to switch on their camera. Representatives from the Congress of Rural Leaders of South Africa. Okay, it looks like we don't have anyone at the present moment, and our support staff is not in the room with us. Ifram, can you just check with? Thank you so much. We'll pause for while we see where the next representatives or. Representatives from Contralesa. Colleagues, while we're waiting for representatives or confirmation of the availability of Contralesa, we'll quickly move to the next stakeholder, the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Thank you so much, colleagues. We have representatives from the Department of, or the Minister, for the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Just briefly introduce yourselves as well as the role that you play at the department.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Melashti Magobe. I'm the Acting Director General in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Zakelen Lalose. I'm the Acting DDG in the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, responsible for the rural economy and environment.
Thank you so much. May I ask if you, in terms of the process of swearing you in or affirming you in, if we can just start with the first colleague, if you can just stand, full names for the record. Stand and then state your full names for the record.
Melanchthon Philip Malepe Makove.
So we'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation.
Oath?
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Full names for the record.
My name is Zakele Moses Ndlalose.
So will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. In terms of procedure, the panel had indicated that the ministers need to appear before the commission in person, and I note that the minister is not here. Can you please provide an explanation for the minister's absence, but also whether you have a delegation, a written delegation, authorizing yourselves to represent the minister before the commission?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would like to tender an apology on behalf of the Minister. The Minister is having cabinet meetings physically in Cape Town, as well as parliamentary sessions. She has provided me with a letter of delegation that authorizes me to represent her at these hearings, which I have and we have sent to Secretariat as well.
Given if you can just obtain the copy of the letter. Thank you so much for the copy of the delegation. We had received it, and I thought the letter, when we thought that it would be a different letter in terms of the one that we have received. In terms of the delegation that we requested is one that you then become the minister per se when you're sitting there. And in terms of the letter, it says that you are going to participate on behalf of the minister. This is the letter. Unless you want me to read it to you. It says, however, due to physical cabinet meetings and parliamentary sessions in Cape Town, I would not be able to participate at the meeting or at the hearing as planned. I have requested the acting Director General to attend the hearing on my behalf. Therefore, the minister then, because of the contents of the letter, it does not meet the delegation we need. As such, we would then request that the minister appears in person tomorrow instead of yourself.
Can I make a submission? I know the minister will still be in Cape Town tomorrow, so it is possible that she will not be able to make it tomorrow. If the wording is something that we can correct, we are prepared to submit a letter that meets the requirements of the commission. I think it's just maybe the issue of the wording. When she says on my behalf, she meant I'm representing her. But for avoidance of doubt, if we need an additional letter to clarify that she has delegated to me to represent her, we could do that. But I'll be guided by you, commissioners.
Thank you so much. The panel has had deliberated, and what we want tomorrow is the physical presence of the minister, because there is no cabinet or parliamentary sittings tomorrow. Thank you. Therefore, you are provisionally excused, but you are cautioned to appear tomorrow, as well as the minister. Thank you. Contralesa, Congress of Rural Leaders of South Africa, we advise that you are joining us online. Can you switch on your camera?
Lindo Gutle, please come.
Can we also, Kenneth, can you also just come to the pen? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, can you kindly, oh, yes, I see that your camera's on. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Just for a brief introduction, please introduce yourself as well as the role that you play at Contralesa.
My name is Zolani Mkiva. I am the General Secretary of the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, abbreviated as Contralesa.
Thank you so much, sir. I see that you're joining us virtually. But before we go into that, for the swearing in process, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Let's do an affirmation for ease of reference.
All right. Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I so affirm.
Thank you so much. Sir, just explain the fact that why you're joining us virtually, and then you can take it there with our presentation, your presentation.
Well, due to logistical arrangements which we were not able to do, as well as the issues related to financial constraints, because we would have wanted to bring a delegation there, which is a representative of our provinces, especially the 9 provinces. But for today's purpose, we wanted to make a request that we be given an opportunity to come to the commission directly and physically to make our representation at another time other than today. So we wanted just to apologize for today that we are not really ready, and we want to give absolute decency and absolute meaningfulness to this engagement by making our submission in a manner that is going to be carrying more weight than just doing it virtually. We want to be fully prepared when we do this. We sort of didn't really understand that we were expected to be presenting with the manner in which the invitation came. We thought that we were just invited to come and observe the process. It was only yesterday that we were then given more clarity to say that we are actually expected to make a presentation at 10 a.m. So from that score, the president of the Congress of Traditional Leaders then delegated me to come today to come and make that request that we be given another slot and our time for our representation be rescheduled. That's a humble request that we are making to the commission for consideration. We understand that the subject matter is a very serious subject matter and which resonates with the communities that we lead, which are in the margins of society, and they are affected by issues that are related to the food systems that are employed by our society. And we are very keen, therefore, to come up with perspectives, particularly that also tap into the wisdoms of our indigenous knowledge systems, which in the majority of cases on issues of this nature, such wisdoms are overlooked. Instead, instruments which are derived elsewhere in the world are sort of imposed upon our communities. And we feel very strongly about this, that there should be a balance, because systems that are homegrown are not only insulating our people from any type of poisoning, wherein they could be fed with food that is produced in a manner that is not only substandard, but foods that are just massified for material reasons,
Thank you.
focusing on,
So let me
yeah.
perhaps let's pause here because I think you're asking for another opportunity to appear in person before the commission because you do not understand the role that you'd be playing in this inquiry. Tomorrow is the last day of the inquiry. Would it be possible for a representative to then appear before the commission tomorrow?
Well, we will do everything that we can. That's sort of, it's a short notice. Remember, we are not an organization that is funded. So it's not just as easy as your own position, for instance. Um, we have to take from nothing to make something. So giving us only one day, I would be really, I can't put my head on the block for that. It's very difficult for me to do so. I would therefore request that you consider a special dispensation. We are an organization that is in limbo in the sense that we are in the margins of society. I want to repeat that. And therefore, for us to come to Johannesburg, it means that we must put together resources for flights, accommodation, and other related things. Unless the Commission can then assist us with that. But I would say also to say we must come tomorrow, it's not going to be that easy. Remember that the subject at hand, it needs also some kind of a research. And therefore we don't have that internal capacity. We have to make means to reach out to partners to assist us in that regard.
For a bit of to assist the panel because we are deliberating on your request. When did you receive the invitation and the contents of the invitation? Did they not advise that we would request submissions from yourselves and the type of questions that we'd want you to answer in those submissions?
Well, we got sight of the invitation last week already, but the commission was saying that it did send it earlier, but we then, when they called us last week, we asked them to forward it again. Um, and then I then forwarded it to the president of Controlesa. He is the one who then says, because it was addressed to him. But I also think that the commission made a mistake. They sent an invitation addressed to the House of Traditional Leaders, and that invitation never reached us. And I think they used the wrong email in the first place, and they could also not reach the National House of Traditional Leaders. And I then assisted them for that letter to reach the House of Traditional Leaders. Then they then insisted that they needed us. Then I said that we can only respond to something that is addressed to us, not something that is addressed to the House. And it was only then and then only that we got that invitation last week. Well, we tried everything we could to process it so that we could be here today. But unfortunately, because of the logistics, and they did say, the administration, that they can help us with logistics, but it's not only just a question of logistics, because it's not a question of bringing somebody there to warm the chair. We want somebody who's going to come there to actually articulate our position properly. So we received the invitation quite very late, to be quite honest.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions from your side? Any comments? Perhaps let me start with the first question. When would you want to appear before the commission? And in terms of logistics, perhaps I'll ask how many of your delegation you'd want to appear before the commission?
Well, ideally, a minimum of 3 people would do for us to be there. That's the first thing that I want to say. And I would request that at least we be given a minimum of 7 days to prepare for this.
In terms of your written submissions, we will then ask you to submit those within 7 days. In terms of the logistics of accommodating 3 people to appear before the commission, we also have budgetary constraints and challenges. So I think what we will do is we will ask through the office that contacted you to make further deliberations on when we would accommodate you for the next leg of the inquiry. The panel is still considering when to schedule those. So you are then provisionally excused, but we will then ask you to ensure that those submissions arrive before the commission on or before I'm trying to see when it's 7 days, the 23 of March. No, that's not 7 days. 26th of March 2026. So if you can make the representations then, the submissions then, in terms of logistics, we will ask you to then contact our office. We will then, once the commission has working days.
Okay, no.
So the working days will be it will be the 31st of March. So you make your submissions on or before the 31st of March. In terms of the appearance, the physical appearance before the commission, the office of the commission will then contact you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're provisionally excused.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are back after that adjournment. We are now joined by the Department of Water and Sanitation. I'd just like to say to the colleagues, good afternoon and welcome to the inquiry. Briefly introduce yourself as well as the roles that you play within the department.
Phillips, I'm the Director General.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Sipos Kosana. I'm the Chief Director responsible for water use authorization. Thank you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Liwan Mabuda, responsible for infrastructure management as acting DDG.
Good afternoon. I'm Mpho Rachisusu. I'm the Chief Director Legal Services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Ola Nizwane. I'm the DDG for regulation.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Lavella, Special Scientist, Climate Change.
Greetings, I'm Tembi Masilela, the Director responsible for Resource Quality Information Services.
Good afternoon, Annette Meir, Chief Director, Water Use Compliance and Enforcement.
DG might just also ask, will you be the only one making the presentation and answering questions, or is it the full team that will be providing you with support?
Full team providing support.
Just before we start, I see that the Minister is not present, and the request from the Commission was that ministers appear in person. Because of that, I'm just going to pause here and just ask for the procedural aspect, that you'd be the one that be sworn in. And once we're done with the procedural aspect, should the panelists determine we will continue, we will then swear the other colleagues. So just for this process of swearing you in, I'd ask that you stand up. Once again, full names for the record. Kindly use the mic.
Sean Phillips.
So you'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation.
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the Commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, so, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. You may sit. Perhaps we'll start with the procedural aspect. 1, can you kindly explain the absence of the Minister? 2, if you have a written delegation from the Minister authorizing you to act on her behalf.
Good afternoon.
Sir, before you come in, I've not sworn you in, and that is why I had asked you, DG, could be answering those questions so that we can swear him. Is he going to be answering this particular procedural aspect? Sir, can I then ask you to stand? Full names for the record.
I'm Mpho Rachisusu.
So are you going to be taking the affirmation or oath?
Affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to present before the Commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you, sir. We were asking in terms of A, the explanation why the Minister is not before the Commission, and 2, whether the DG has the necessary delegation to appear before us on behalf of the Minister.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I need to indicate that the Minister is aware that the department is here on her behalf. Unfortunately, because of other engagements, she tried to shift around the diary, but it was not possible. There were discussions that we were having with some of the members of the commission, trying to rearrange, but to the extent that we could not agree, and then there was that indication from the Minister that the DG, as the head of the department, should be able to come and represent the minister. In terms of the delegations, the DG does have delegations, general delegations to attend to anything that concerns the department. Thank you very much.
If I can add, the Minister did indicate that she sent a letter of apology.
If you recall, the Minister was subpoenaed to appear before the Commission. And I hear the explanation that you have a general delegation, but specifically we're asking a delegation where you then become the acting minister to appear before us. Do you have such?
I have a WhatsApp exchange with her where she's indicated that she would like me to represent her. I'm not sure if that suffices.
It does not surface. Based on that, we are then going to ask for the physical presence of the minister, as well as we have not yet, you're saying that she's got other engagements. We're not sure the type of engagements. Perhaps, can you please explain her engagements and why she's not here? Because we're getting competing interests, but we're not sure what are those competing engagements.
Thank you very much. Maybe I should, preface this by giving context, and I think it will appear in our presentation. So there was apparently a letter that was allegedly sent to the department on the 19th of December. That letter, for some reasons, it has been sent to this. It is said it has been sent to the chief of staff, and that letter was not necessarily received by the department and officials. Obviously, then it means that the minister did not have sight of that letter. We tried to establish that, and it was confirmed. Now, the subpoena was then received last week, and then the minister had already committed on other activities. I was informed that the minister will be in the Free State. So, hence I was saying that we tried to rearrange, and unfortunately we could not agree. And that's the response. Thank you.
Maybe let me ask my panel members if there are any questions or comments. Commissioner Pinan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rachisusu. You're saying the minister has got another engagement. What engagement?
The information that I received from the chief of staff, who was also trying to rearrange the meeting so that the minister can attend, indicated that she's part of the team that is actually have been appointed to lead with regard to water challenges in the Free State. And that meeting involves other stakeholders, departments.
By
that
who?
was pre-arranged.
Appointed by who?
She's the team that has been appointed by the deputy president, and that is the understanding that I have to lead that challenge.
Do you have proof that the minister is engaged in that engagement that you have alluded to?
That proof can also be submitted, Commissioner, later. And even if it becomes necessary for delegation specifically for this, we can still submit it.
When did the minister become aware of this engagement?
Like I indicated, the first letter was sent, allegedly sent to the office of the chief of staff of the department. Now, the minister was not made aware of that particular letter because we are trying to check the records, we can't find it anywhere. So the confirmation that I got was that the minister was not even aware. But when she was made aware, she tried to request the chief of staff to request for rescheduling.
Mr. Rachisusu, the question is simple and straightforward. When was the minister made aware of this engagement?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to respond on behalf of the minister, but the information that I got from the chief of staff is that he did not receive the first letter, and when he received
Who is the chief of staff, maybe?
Mr. Somyo.
Where is he?
I'm not so sure where he is, but I was talking to him telephonically.
So in fact, you are relaying something that was told to you by the chief of staff, Mr. Somyo.
Yes.
Okay, so he could not tell you the exact date when the minister became aware that he was to attend today's engagement at the commission.
Yes, but the sense that I got from him is that he did not have the first letter.
The sense, or he did not tell you, or perhaps you did not ask. Which one is it?
I did ask him if he did receive the first letter that required us to submit, a response to those questions. And he said to me, he tried to check his emails, he couldn't get that. Ordinarily, documents that are submitted to the department, as we would have indicated previously to the Human Rights Commission, are supposed to be sent to central point of the department and the office of the DG. And then the office of the DG then is responsible in terms of dissemination that particular information. In this regard,
which DG is this?
the Director General, Dr. Phillips.
Can you state the email for, is it DG Phillips?
My email is phillipss@dws.gov.za.
So that's the email address that was given to the commission as the email address that must be used in the event the commission wants to communicate with the department.
That is correct. There's been previous engagements between the department and the Human Rights Commission where similar problems have occurred, where I have not been aware of an invitation because it was only sent to the ministry, and I requested that in future, please can I or my office also be informed and sent a copy of the invitation, but that did not happen again in this instance.
Right. So that is in relation to the letter that, according to the chief of staff, he could not source, not from his emails, and I also confirming then DG Phillips that also from your email address it could not be found.
I did not receive that letter of 17 December. 17 December. First, 19th of December.
All right. Now, what was actually received? Because at a certain point, one would then think that the reason you are here, there must have been some communique that was received by the department.
Yes, we received the summons. The summons was also only sent to Mr. Somyo in the ministry. It was also not sent to me. It was only sent to Mr. Somyo, and we received it from Mr. Somyo.
So on what date did Mr. Somyo receive the subpoena? Do you perhaps know?
No.
And you do not have the subpoena?
Yes, I do.
You do have it?
Yes, Mr. Somyo sent it to us.
All right. Does it not depict a date on it?
Yes, today.
No. The date or that, how was it sent to you?
I can look it up on my computer.
Yes, please.
It was sent to me by Mr. Somyo. As I indicated,
Yes.
it was sent by the commission to Mr. Somyo, and then Mr. Somyo informed us.
Yes.
I think he sent it to
Yeah, Mr. Somyo sent it to legal services.
Yes.
Now, legal services now had to, which is also the office that I lead, then had to prepare a memo directing the relevant line functions to prepare. And then that memo, unfortunately, it was sent to me, but I was never informed. As soon as I was informed that there is this thing that I need to attend on an urgent basis, then I attended it and then sent it to relevant line functions.
All right. So it was sent to your office. So you probably have a date on which your office received that subpoena.
My office received it on the 10th.
On the 10th of March.
on the 10th of March.
So today is the 19th. This is 9 days later. And from then, you only became aware of it when?
I became aware of it, it was on a Sunday. And then on a Monday, the first thing then was to prepare a memo and guide colleagues. Like I indicated, if it was a normal process of receiving document within the department, I would have received it maybe a day or I would have received it immediately and then I would have acted on it. The way it came to the office, because I don't communicate directly with the office of of the minister. So it was such that then that process was then delayed. And that's what happened.
The document is a subpoena.
Yes.
That you're referring to.
Yes.
And you said you had the legal department.
Yes.
Do you head the legal department?
Yes.
So which one can I then also assume that you are a legal practitioner?
Yes.
Yes. And you understand the essence of a subpoena?
Yes.
Right. Now, that being said, one would then expect that a legal practitioner would act differently. But it would seem you want to blame a process that you say because it did not come to your office directly, it came via the other office, therefore. But is that really how a legal practitioner should really articulate a position, particularly when one is looking at the type of document that had been presented to him or her?
I thought maybe the discussion is about the minister as to when. And
yes,
how the
but
minister
all
received
these things are they
I'm trying
come from there, Mr. Rachisus. All these things, because ultimately the minister is going to blame someone. But it would be important for us then to understand how we came this far, because whatever the minister is going to say, it has to be something that you yourself would have at least told this commission. So it must align. And if it doesn't, then somebody is not telling us the truth.
Yeah. So like I did say, Commissioner, ordinarily, if for some reasons the minister receive documents,
Yeah.
then they will then send it to the Director General and central point for it to be disseminated. In this regard, what had happened is that Mr. Somio receives it for some reasons without including the DG and the central point, then sends it to legal services. I mean, obviously, because we have got processes within the department. One was of the view that even the DG may be having this, only to find that on Monday, the DG was not even aware of that particular day. You only became aware when we stipulated the memorandum. And that's how it happened.
Now, who should be blamed for this? Can you really put it at our doorstep as the commission? Because from where I'm sitting as a commission, we did that which is necessary, which is to ensure that the subpoena is sent to the department. Now, whether you have your own parameters and lines of communications that became flawed, that can't be put at the doorstep of the commission. That still lies with you. It's even worse that you are speaking to this as the head of the legal department, who was seized with this document at a certain point, but says, no, because the DG should have been copied. It does not affect us as the commission. We would want to ensure that you are here, we sent you the document, we want you to be here with the minister. Mr. Phillips, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I don't think anyone is blaming anyone. What I was pointing out is that previously I've requested the Human Rights Commission to also copy me on the documents and not just send them to the ministry. And I would just wanted it to be noted that that didn't happen, even though the last time we met with the Human Rights Commission agreed that that process would be followed in future, but it was not followed in this instance.
Yeah. So who did you deal with at the Human Rights Commission?
I can't remember.
Yes, you see, that's the thing. Human Rights Commission is an organization. It's a very big organization. It's got about 200 people that are working at the commission. So, but what you cannot falter us on at this stage, DG, is that at least at a certain point, the head of legal had this document. And then he says, no, because he thought you would have been copied. But really, who should then have made sure that Mr. Rachisusu makes you aware of it? Should it be the commission as well? That must
So
make
that-
sure that once they have received it, we must also make sure that you are copied.
None of us have said anything about the timing of it. I got it. We prepared. We're here. We have a presentation.
But it's for the minister, DG, Mr. Phillips. You have seen the subpoena, right? Who does it want to be here? The political head, not the DG. Is that not what it says?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. Not accustomed to interpreting subpoenas. But yes,
Okay.
I saw the minister's name on the front of it. Yes.
Thank you so much. Can I have Mr. Rachisusu speak to this one? Does it not say the minister?
The correspondence, it depends on how, when you send them, you can say the minister, but it does not necessarily mean in the department that the minister is the one to attend to. Because the minister has got the DG, who is the accounting officer of the department, who then takes responsibility in terms of dealing
Yes.
with those issues. So that in this regard, and the point that I raised, which I think you interjected when I was still raising, is that the minister, as I have indicated, I'm told that she was not aware of that document. Even if it has been sent to us,
So
she
to-
was not made aware.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this, but I want to stay on this one. The subpoena, whose name is depicted on it?
On the heading, it says the minister, but when you look at the content, it refers to the department.
This is law 101, I'm sure.
No, but I'm responding. That is
This-
how the subpoena is.
The subpoena, whose name is depicted thereon? DG.
It is directed to the minister.
Thank you.
But in the
let's move
context-
forward. Let's move forward. Your interpretation, something else, but let's move forward. The next aspect is this. Now, ultimately, you became aware at a certain point. When did the minister know that she must be here?
That I cannot answer, but from what I got from the chief of staff, the minister was not aware.
No.
Hence, when she became
I'm talking about, like, as we speak now, as you and I are conversing this afternoon, are you saying the minister, until now, is still not aware she's supposed to be here?
No. Remember, I had discussion with the chief of staff, and then I was trying to understand, and he then said, the minister is committed somewhere, but in fact, what was happening is that he was engaging whilst we were preparing the presentation. He was engaging the commission, trying to rearrange so that at least the minister can be able to attend.
The question, legal practitioner, the question is simple and straightforward. The question is, as of now, when did the minister become aware that she must be seated there where Mr. Phillips is seated?
I will speculate.
Or you
But
dis-
if I
No,
speculate,
if you don't know, you're within your right to say so, that I do not know. Do you know or you do not know?
I do not know.
Thank you so much, Chair. That's how far I can take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kwinana. Commissioner Ntuli.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Commissioner Kwinana's engagement with the team. Perhaps DG, good afternoon. Are you able to maybe clarify whose email address is Mapekula N?
I think it's the minister's PA.
So we have confirmation from our team that further to the notice being sent to, or the information about this inquiry being sent to the ministry in December, It was also sent to the ministry on the 4th of March following a telephonic engagement with the ministry, and it was sent to this person you say is the PA to the minister. So we at least have confirmation from our side that one, there was a telephonic engagement with the ministry, and then two, the information about this hearing and the expectations for minister's appearance were sent to the ministry. And all of these engagements precede the subpoena notice. I know, DG, you would not be able to speak for the PA, but this is the challenge that is being raised by Commissioner Kwinana, that the notice is sent to the minister, to the ministry. Our team has done its best to ensure that the department and the ministry is aware. The person who is required to appear before this inquiry is the minister. We did not engage with your PA or your office. We engaged directly with the office of the minister to the point where the subpoena was issued. Today, of course, we appreciate that we are here, given the crisis in the country. We expect that if not for this presence, they would be busy with other commitments. But given the seriousness of this engagement, we would want to know, this last question by Commissioner Kwinana becomes very important, which is one, is the minister aware that she is supposed to be sitting where you are sitting, DG? And from the information we have, our team has done its best to ensure that the minister is aware. And we want to understand whether there are communication gaps within the department or the ministry, and if so, then what needs to be done about that? Equally, we are being told by the head of legal services that the reason the minister is not here is because she has an engagement in the Free State, which engagement she has been appointed by the deputy president. But we are not being told what that engagement is. So we are left to our own devices to at least speculate to what this engagement could be. And from what we understand, the president has appointed a water crisis committee led by our deputy president. So if we are informed that it is the deputy president that has asked the minister, we assume it is in service of this water crisis committee. Are you able to confirm whether the minister is in the Free State in service of duties towards the water crisis committee?
No, I'm not. I don't follow the minister's movements every day. I was with her yesterday in Cape Town. I've been extremely busy since then in meetings since 7 o'clock this morning. I'm not able to confirm that.
The reason that we would expect you to know, DG, is because you are not here on an invitation that is directed to you. You are here on an invitation that is directed to the minister, and you are here on a delegation by the minister. So by virtue of this arrangement, we do expect you to know where the minister is. We don't expect you to know where the minister is on a daily basis every day. But certainly, if you are here on behalf of the minister, we expect you to know where the minister is and why you are here and not her.
I don't know.
You don't know. Thank you for that response. Is any member of your team able to confirm, or the person who responded to say the minister is in the Free State, are they able then to confirm what the engagement in the Free State is?
No.
No? Okay, no, thank you. That is all from my side, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I don't want to have a dialogue about communication, but I think we all have come to the conclusion that one, the panel has made a decision that the minister must be before us in person. Two, that the WhatsApp communication is not enough for us then to determine that there is an existing delegation. As a result, we will request the physical presence of the minister tomorrow. And in that aspect, we'd also request an affidavit from the Chief of Staff as well as the PA who received these correspondence, and why then, once they've received communication from the Commission, fail to ensure that the minister is aware and that the submissions are submitted timeously. It's quite concerning again for a Chapter 9 institution to have an inquiry where South Africans are saying we are dying of hunger, we have issues of pesticides, we have issues about land, we've had children die as a result of pesticides, foodborne illness, and the best explanation we get from ministers is, I have other engagements. We account to the Constitution and to the people of the Republic of South Africa. And I'm certain that when I emphasize this tomorrow, I'm going to expect a better explanation than simply, one, there was a communication with the Human Rights Commission that they should also directly or copy the Director General. Two, we did not get that communication as the head. So the Commission has provincial offices and then there's head office. But I think that discussion needs to take place tomorrow. But I think for us, again, I'm saying this DG, because I've sworn you in, as well as the head of legal, we expect the two of you to be here with the minister present, with those affidavits, or alternatively, with those staff members who will then explain why they failed to ensure that the minister is before us and why submissions were not timelessly sent to the Commission. It's a wasted budget, it's a wasted expenditure on the Commission. It delays the finalization of this process. And when the Commission then is called useless in the public, no one in the department or none of the ministers, it's because I failed to assist the Commission in adhering to their constitutional mandate. I failed with my adherence to my constitutional obligations. So I'm emphasizing my disappointment in the way ministers have not responded to us timelessly today and sent their delegations to apologize and request postponements. DG, your team, you're duly provisionally excused to come before the Commission at 9 o'clock until you're excused. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This then concludes our proceedings for the day. Once again, I would like to emphasize the panel's disappointment in the manner in which ministers failed to appear before us today. We have warned them to appear tomorrow. A list of those ministers who have been warned will be published in terms of our program. We wish to engage with them tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. See you tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you.